Okay. Hopefully this worked last night, so I'm hoping
I'm hoping it's still working. And also, hello, Jen. Good morning. It is bright and early at not 8 a.m., which your laptop says, but
I know, it's actually 9 a.m.
but that is totally fine. 9 a.m. is later than 8 a.m., so we are good to go. And we just had a good lift to start us off. What do we got coming up next?
So we have. Let's not watch that one. Let me. I think it's Daniel.
Daniel Kikuchi?
I guess we have Shannon off the platform team today.
It does look like she might just be centering the bar. It looks like she's on the side spot, but Shannon is very experienced.
She was actually helping out with the para bench this morning. Her athlete Jenna competed just before this session.
Kikuchi.
I feel like I recognize
Is that
that.
clean start? Yeah. It's a good lift right there. Looks like he's wearing one of the Hanzu Power shirts.
They are sponsored. IPF approved.
IPF approved now.
Yeah.
Good for them. So how many coffees have you had this morning so far?
I have barely had a chance to start my first one because I guess I'm used to meets on the lower mainland. I forgot coming to the island that I'm the only board member here that knows how to do electronics and sound. So I've been running around getting that all ready for 9 a.m. I'm getting our live stream ready so that we can blast our beautiful voices.
That is amazing. And I also can't wait for 3 weeks from now.
What's in 3 weeks from now?
3 weeks from now is Twin Rivers Strength Fest. You can head down the Coquihalla and you can get into that. And I'm looking forward to you setting up all the technology for us as well.
In return for dinner.
Yeah, bribery.
Get us ready to go. So this is Marco coming out now.
Marco moving 160 kilos. Nice opener. Let's see how this moves for him. Looks like he's got the Insert Ergo grips on. Those are stiff. Have you worn those before?
I have not, no.
I've worn the SBD, the powerlift ones. Those
I
are,
actually quite like them.
they're really good.
Yeah, their body's tight, I think it's Intas.
Yeah.
But I find them a really good training sleeve. I wear the A7s, which I guess are similar to the Intas, but
Yeah.
very, very tight.
So he moved that one really easily. He did get a call for depth on the one side. So that's definitely something that he'll have to keep in mind for his next attempt.
Caitlin's coming. Caitlin's lifting the same weight, 160 kilos on the bar, or just over 350 pounds. All of these are openers, which means openers want to pretty much.
You'll notice our platform crew is wearing Inner Strength. That's one of the sponsors for this competition, so that's really cool. Who do we got here? Coming up, we have Caleb David Kirk Baker, also going for 160 kilos. So it looks like he's wearing the notorious lifts. Where do you lie on the squat shoes versus the flats for squats?
I personally swapped back to flats because I was too lazy and I couldn't be bothered to take multiple pairs of shoes to the gym.
So he got told to replace. He's got to stand a little bit more upright.
So Tyler McPhail is our head referee for this morning's session. He passed his exam back in Fall Classic, I think. He passed his head ref exam. And he's actually planning to take his national referee exam.
Moved nicely. A little shaky. I think that would have been a lockout call.
See, I don't have line of sight to Chris Rock, who is our side referee on the left, who gave him a red. Otherwise, I would try and give him a questioning look, point to something where I think is ignoring Jordan. I wouldn't make contact with eye contact with Jordan either.
Let's see if I can get him.
Fracture your uterus really far forward, and that increases risk of injury. Just stop there.
Mayha translated.
Hips.
70 kilos on the bar. That's about 375 pounds. Next
So I guess he wasn't upright enough
Yeah.
at the beginning or the end of the squat.
Yeah.
You have to stand erect, I think it says. You're supposed to be quite upright.
Silas Jackson. He's going for 170 kilos for his opener.
It looks like he's being coached by Jason Klaus, who is also a gym owner on the island.
Yeah, he's down at Victoria Barbell.
We are up north in Nanaimo today. I don't even know if Nanaimo is considered north. Maybe it's the middle of the island.
It is north of Victoria. I know that much. Yeah.
That
That
looks
move,
like a nice
that
spot.
move, nice. That move's really good. Oh, if I'm not mistaken, I think he's the first one that's actually wearing our comp shirts from True North. He's rocking the Kraken Open. That is quite the logo.
It is a really, really good logo, actually. And
Yeah.
Kiana is our resident logo designer. I feel like everyone who needs a logo started going to Kiana, and you can see why. Like, all
Yeah.
of the logos, like, kick ass.
And in honor of this logo and this comp, I'm gonna have Jen verify this. I've got my Kraken MeUndies on.
What?
And the bar is loaded.
Oh, nice. Okay, he does have underwear with, like, an octopus Kraken thing on.
See,
It's got
preparation is half the battle. The other half is killing and shit.
What? Also, it looks like we have 17 people watching right now.
Here we go.
Hopefully you can hear us.
Mackenzie Cameron moving 172.5 kilos. No problem. Good lift. 3 white lights.
Alright, Niles coming in at 200 kilos. That's about 440 pounds.
Yeah, if anyone's watching now, can you let us know in the chat that you can hear us okay? When we were testing this last night, it worked well, but obviously that was before we had all the background noise of an actual meet.
I believe the term you're looking for is get in the comments.
Get in the comments.
Let us know. So next up we have Niall Jensen. He's going to be our first lifter that breaks the 200 kilo barrier for the openers. So moving a good amount of weight at 441 pounds.
Yes. That's more than Mayhawk could squat, who is our side ref on the right today. But Mayhawk has just cut back down to 74. I think that's the weight he intends to compete at next.
Yeah, you know, they put us up at the same hotel, right?
Oh, yeah.
And I was really looking forward to seeing Mayhar.
Avoiding you.
But he evaded me last night, and I told my girlfriend about it. I was like, we're gonna have Super Mahario party. It's gonna be amazing. And I was like, we're gonna have a pillow fight at like 3 in the morning, and I'm gonna win because he doesn't know it's gonna start. And no, it just didn't come to be. So tonight,
Tonight.
Get in the
Pillow
comments. Who
fight.
do you think's gonna win? 120 plus Jordan versus now 74 kilo Mayhar. Pillow fight, 3 a.m. Be there.
I'm glad I'm not in the same hotel as you. That was definitely deep enough.
Definitely deep. Looks good. Gets the rack call. And that is 3 white lights. Tyler Olick is now coming up at 210 kilos. Once again, great opener, especially for a 74 kilo junior. That's a great lift. He's definitely, he's the only one that is actually 83 or under doing the 200 kilo plus opener. So that's pretty cool.
I feel like that's getting into close to like open squat opener territory. I don't know how old he is. Does it say? It doesn't say first year.
No, not exactly. He is a junior, so he's got to be 23 or younger right now.
Yeah, I just don't know if he's like open next year.
Rips up your hands.
Looks like he might be one of the PRC guys. PRC actually sponsored this comp
They
as
did.
well.
Yeah, their logo is on the banner that you can see to the right of the Kraken banner.
He's wrestling with his belt.
The belt is the only piece of equipment that you're allowed to adjust on the platform. If you want to change your wrist straps, anything like that, you need to step off the platform, get yourself properly attired, and then come back on the platform.
Front.
That's a very loud and nice command from Tyler.
I am going to be so loud for my tomorrow for my head record.
That is a no lift to one judge says there is
So
no
Chris
lift.
Rob on the left says
The
that,
other judge
Mayhaw says
probably
missing commands, potentially. Or I guess the yellow light that you see there could be
It could
any
be
other
a multitude
infraction.
of sins, yeah.
Yeah.
It basically is the cover-all for anything other than depth and double bouncing or dipping, lockout.
And I guess while we're looking at the screen here, Jordan, people at home are very shy about getting in the comments.
They are very shy about
I
it. That does look pretty good. I really like the way that we can get the shine coming off of Tyler's head.
Oh, Tyler. Tyler is actually one of the meet directors.
Yeah.
One of 3 that put this event together.
He actually, I saw him this morning getting ready and he was buffing his head up to a nice shine and I was just really excited to see what he puts together today. Oh wow, Michael Bray moved that nice. That was quick. Fast, I think that was one of the fastest openers that we've seen so far. That was quick, 3 white lights. That's what you want from an opener. That was beautiful. So next up we've got Noah Van Leeuwen, 222.5 kilos for his opener. Looks like he's a fairly tall fellow. Moving the rack height up to 18, which I think is definitely the highest of this flight.
Tell this is like early in the morning and not halfway through a provincials in the afternoon where we're kind of getting a little bit
The bar is loaded for no one.
It is definitely early for me right now.
This is early-ish for me.
I was very excited.
Oh wait,
for
9, it's 9:15, it's not 8:15.
No.
Maybe this is a placebo effect where if you told me it was like 5 a.m. I'd be like, oh, I'm so tired.
Yeah.
If you tell me it's 11 a.m. I'll think I'm fine.
I think I'm just hungry. Oh, that moved good. I just picked up an SBD belt, actually.
I've tried one a few times and I find it. Well, I don't know, they do a slightly thinner one now, I think. But
Yep.
I really like my Wallander belt. I find it
Those are nice.
easy. I know which hole I'm putting it in.
Yeah.
Like the belt buckle.
Yeah.
I don't know, I prefer it to this.
I picked up an SBD secondhand in Kamloops, and they put it up for $100,
Oh.
and it's
Pocket.
damn near new.
Is this Becky's belt?
Huh?
Becky's belt?
No, that was Inzer Forever for one of my lifters. No, this one's for me, and $100 for a nearly $400 belt felt like a really good deal. So I messaged him within about 2 minutes, and I was like, yeah, I could come pick it up right now. And he's like, it's 11:30 at night. And I'm like, well, that's okay. A little awkward. I'll see you tomorrow morning at like maybe 7 a.m. or something. I just didn't want anyone to scoop it on me. So yeah, no, picked that up, cleaned it up. Really excited to see how that helps me. Maybe it'll teach me how to deadlift. I don't think so, though.
I don't think so. Having been there
Yeah.
and for like 5 years of my powerlifting career, not knowing how to do
The
it,
bar is loaded for
Yeah.
it needs more than a belt.
Does it? But it's SBD. The D is in the belt. I think.
I wish on the live stream you could see our faces while we talk, and then you can just watch my face as Jordan says something.
It's true. So we've got this Felix guy up. So Felix guy is now moving 227.5 kilos, which is our heaviest opener. So let's see how this goes.
And he's lifting more than people in 2 weight classes above him.
Yeah. Now, interestingly, it took a little bit longer for this one to set up. We noticed that there was a bit longer of a break. And that's because I think his uprights were in. So we don't have a call yet. Just waiting on a call. Oh, there we go. 3 white lights. They're running off the tablets this time, which I hear the refs have mixed opinions on.
I think that some of the trouble is, without making this ageist, I think some of the older referees struggle sometimes if you accidentally go back and you browse the tab and you're on the wrong screen. It's a lot more confusing to get back to the right screen. Whereas with the DRLs that we used to have, it was a very simple box with like different colored buttons. You can't really go wrong with the DRL.
Well, yeah, you're handing boomers a tablet. Suddenly the world goes crazy, right?
But to be fair, I do prefer the DRL. The DRL thing is just so much simpler.
They're very contained.
Yeah.
And I've got big enough hands that I can make them pretty much disappear, so like that's kind of neat.
Oh.
The little buttons, yeah. The tablet just makes it seem, it's just a lot more going on.
It also might look like if you're unaware of what they're doing. Like you can see Chris Robb on the live stream. It might look like he's just on his tablet, maybe browsing Facebook, when actually
you're
that's
not
how
supposed to be browsing Facebook? Oh.
Is that when you were doing your SBD belt in the
Oh shit. Well, that's definitely enlightening. This is news to me, Jake.
You should probably know that before you do the head ref exams.
Probably. Get in the comments.
All right, and the bar is loaded for bench.
Should I stay off Facebook for my head ref exam? Get in the comments. Let us know. All right, we got a fired up Benjamin Willoughby coming up to open the second attempts. He's trying for 162.5. Got his first one handily.
I guess he must have been lifting for a year or two, just based on his SBD colorway, which is the nice gray and navy matching set.
It is interesting how you can notice when people started based on the era of their SBD life.
We went all in on that gray and blue.
Yeah.
But I feel like you can't match the gray and blue very nicely to like the traditional black and red. So I feel like that's a colorway that you need to go all in on.
Yeah. So what era did you come in for SBD? Mine was Eclipse. Mine was SBD
I'm
Eclipse.
a lot older than you in terms of powerlifting.
No, not in real life, but thank you for bringing that up, Jen.
I was back when, before SBD redesigned their singlets, they used to be a lot thinner.
Yep.
Very see-through, especially when you were squatting.
Did you know that I used to be a lot thinner as well?
Well, I mean, I imagine you're a baby.
Yeah. Would you believe I used to weigh 10 pounds? That's not true. I actually started out at 11, but I don't know.
Really?
Yeah. Well. Yeah. My brother was a little bit lighter than me, but he was 25 inches tall when he was born.
How tall were you?
I was 21, and I was almost half a pound heavier than him, and that's why I actually don't have a younger brother, because my mom figured that if it dropped another 4 inches of height and added another pound, that's not a baby, that's a cork. Daniel Kikuchi moving his second one handily, again, 170 kilos in the bag. So on deck we've got David Kirk Baker. I think I'm just going to keep on calling him by his full name every single time because it's exciting.
I guess his name is so long too. We can't see what lights he gets on here, so.
We'll have to actually pay attention.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah.
I can't see the red lights very well, actually.
No, it's a little bit difficult. We've got a Chan and Huff in the way.
So Chris Robb actually just moved. I'd like to know why.
My assumption is the spotter and loader. I think he's trying to stay.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Because you'll notice that they have the extra spotters and loaders, but they're back a little bit, so it might be a bit hard for him to get the right angle.
I guess he had 2 weeks right now, 160. He don't actually need 4 spotters.
No.
Normally it's, I think, once you get to about 4 reps, you typically would see 2 spotters either side. We were supposed to be paying attention to see if that was a good lift.
And
It was a good
it
lift.
was a good lift. Yeah. Sorry, we had some technical difficulty in that I needed to find the mute button, and Jen decided to be my guide in life. I was too busy trying to talk smack, try and keep it off the air. Oh, do we have somebody in the comments? No, we don't. You all are cowards.
Nobody is in the comments.
Oh. Do you know where people are really going to be in the comments? Twin Rivers Strength Fest. I guarantee it. I know because I'm not going to be on the live stream, unfortunately, because I'm going to be so busy puttering around running the comp. I'll just be texting you constantly. Let's see. Got Marco Dizon, 180, moving up.
That was a nice section.
It was nice. He leaned back at the very top there. I got a little concerned for him, but he managed to get it handled, got his lockout. Real good.
Also squatting 180 kilos.
Okay, who do we got coming up? Silas Jackson. Also going for 180 kilos. We're just changing the rack heights right now. Getting it ready to go.
All right, the bar is loaded for Silas.
I wonder if this is intentional, but his shoes match his outfit. They're red and black.
Do you intentionally match your outfits?
I do.
I do as well.
For comp, especially if you're buying a media package, I feel like I want to try and look my best, but my lifting face is not pleasant.
Yeah.
That was a slower second.
I have never bought a media package before. Mostly because I'm just not as pretty as you. So I'm like, you know what? Actually, yeah, get in the comments. Who's prettier? Is it Jen or is it Jordan? Are you going for nepotism or truth?
They can't see our faces. Maybe that's a good thing.
Maybe.
Yes, based on our voices.
I mean, at this point in the morning, it's probably for the best.
Yeah, I haven't had time to put my makeup on.
We've got Chris coming over to talk to Mehar about the tablet. They're probably discussing some deal on Facebook Marketplace.
Probably, yeah.
Probably. Maybe they found.
If
What
Chris
do,
and Mehar were going to buy something, what do you think they would both be interested to buy?
get in the comments. Let us know. Maybe we can put up a poll. I don't know. Can we put up a poll?
No.
We cannot put up a poll, but you can vote with your words
In the comments.
in the comments with the typing.
So, Mackenzie. Is Mackenzie the only one in this video?
There you go.
No, he's not.
Grinds it out. Looked pretty good. And that is a good lift. Mackenzie, 185 kilos. He's only a sub-junior.
Is he a sub-junior?
Yeah, Mackenzie.
Oh, because I was looking at the screen and it said he was in first and he was staying first. But then on the lifting board that I'm looking at,
Yep.
the guy under him, Niall, who's coming out next, is also a 93. But I
Yes.
missed that Niall is a junior.
Yeah.
Mackenzie is a sub-junior.
Yeah.
There we go.
They're different ages, like us.
Yes.
I'm being so old and everything like that, and you being
We're
so
both
young
at
and
least in our
vibrant.
30s,
At
right?
least, yes. Yeah.
Wait, you are in your 30s.
I am in my 30s, yeah.
Your brother is not.
He is not, no. He is in the winter of his life. He feels the cold. Yeah. But he's a relatively okay person.
He's a lot quieter than you. I think I prefer him.
Haha! Get in the comments. Is Jen mean? All right, so we've got Niall coming up. He's going to be attempting 207.5 kilos. Gets the start command. Big breath, and let's see how he moves it. Definitely had depth again.
That was a
Looking
nice
good.
controlled sweat throughout.
This is Tyler Olick coming up.
So Tyler missed his opener. I think that was the one for potentially hips upright.
Yes, that was the hip. Yep.
So hopefully Tyler gets his second.
Yep.
Otherwise, it's going to put a lot of pressure on his third.
Well, he's got the PRC guys over there, so they'll definitely let him know what to correct that move. Yep.
So it looks like Vincent Lowe is his coach or handler.
Yeah, there he is. He was crouched 2 down. Couldn't really see him.
See the PRC
Yeah.
goes behind Vincent. So there he goes. That looks upright to me. Gets a start. Let's hope he turns to an upright position.
And Vincent Lowe is a photographer and videographer as well.
White lights.
Yep, and then he's got one call there, but 2 whites is all you need.
You know what? You're on deck, Felix. You're in the hole.
We can see Shannon there just making sure that the bar is loaded correctly with the weight, and they have a screen which tells them exactly what weight to load, so she'll be checking that the weight's loaded correctly, the bar is on tight, the bar is centered on the rack.
Get everything.
Tell the head referee that things are good, the bar is loaded. It's also the referee's job as well to be checking the weight, double checking the rack heights before a lifter comes out. So Michael Bray is looking for some hype from the audience. Maybe this is a PR for him, maybe it's close to a PR. Maybe he's going for PR on his third. I don't know.
It is a bit of a mystery at this point, but let's see how this 220, 2.5 moves.
I will admit, I'm not up on the junior men.
As people.
Like, I don't know a lot of them.
Jenny's a bit of an age issue. You'll notice that she, if you're not open or master, really, she's just like, I'm not up on your information.
I think what it is a symptom of is a lot of the junior men, or even now as they go into open, just become coaches. And I don't know what gyms they train at, but they don't train at the same gym as me, and I feel like a lot of them don't volunteer super often, and the volunteers are who I get to know a lot more. What's up, Jordan?
I thought the one plate on the far side went on backwards.
I hope Christoph will spot that.
I thought I saw the Elico writing on this side. I don't know. Get in the comments. Let me know what you think. I guess we'll see it when it comes off in a minute here. But Noah Van Leeuwen, 235 kilos. Nice big confident stance. Good depth. Confident lift right there. Let's see how they treat it. And I hear a bunch of clapping. It is 3 white lights. Felix taking a decent jump, 15 kilos, up to 242.5. That's a solid number.
I think the weight stays pretty similar now. They just need to add on a few smaller plates. 2.5 and 1.25. Oh, and he's having his racks in.
Yep.
So some lifters will request to get their racks go in. Sometimes this is for the bigger guys, actually. I'm not sure what the class is for this. 93. Some people like it because they can put their hands on the bar like outside of the racks if they're a lot wider.
He is still an inside rack. I think that he does it out of to avoid the tapping on the side. Sometimes they like it moving it in to make sure that they're it doesn't rattle off the uprights on the way out.
Yeah, that can throw you off on your workout if the plates just like catch it, especially with 242 kilos. Like, you do not want to start your lift with a mystery from the
Little known fact, you can actually have the spotter loaders assist you on the walkout in the squat, but not many people.
They need to fix
unexpected walkout. Ooh.
Was that deep enough?
I think it was deep enough. I noticed
And I guess one thing too, different referees on different sides, like one side might call depth and one might not, and I think Maycar is very open about this. He has one hit higher than the other, so he might be hitting depth on one side, but not on the other. So that could be what happened here. Maybe he just has
okay,
one side high.
let's see. I think the red is coming off, so I'll get to see if I was right or wrong. No, they had it correct. I have clearly been drinking this morning. I'm just going to mention the handle here. I'll be right back.
I know you get to see Jordan in the live stream.
Thank you for your observation, Jen. I gave a heads up to Tyler there, so they're on that. Another big cheer. Benjamin Willoughby getting the crowd going. We got a decent crowd here, actually. It's a really good showing. Yeah. Not a lot going on in Cedar, apparently.
Well, I mean, even driving through, it's quite a small place.
It's very quaint. It's beautiful.
So maybe, yeah.
I really
Saturday,
like
what
it.
else would you do apart from hang out at the local community hall?
That's true. Big air.
As these are third attempts,
Nope. And a good catch from the spotters.
So I guess this is where we probably start to see the thing is they're probably attempting personal best.
Yep.
Yeah. Probably equal to or personal best. This might be weight we've never done.
That was quite the jump for the third. He actually went up 12.5 kilos there on his third.
Yeah, he also made a 12.5 kilo jump from his first to his second. So
No,
I
he
can't
did
remember
7.5.
how this- Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Well, that's a ballsy move.
Yeah. Get in the comments.
Maybe that was a miss. I don't know.
It could
I
just
can't
be.
remember how his second moved to know like if that was like a good call.
See mine. I just sort of punch in random numbers and hope for the best. I don't
If your
necessarily.
openers in pounds and then realize that actually was supposed to be in kilos.
Oh, that video was crazy. Let's see how Daniel Kikuchi. Oh, that looked pretty good. Let's see how they treat it. Move nice. Great lift. Just making sure you build that number, build that total.
Next to Caleb, David, Kirk, Baker.
Yep. It's a mouthful, yeah. It is distinctly possible. If only there's someone who could calculate that.
It's too early.
Get in the comments. Help us out. All right. Let's see how it goes for him. He's an 83 kilo junior. Currently placed in 2. So he's just trying to build up his total, move up another 7.5 kilos. Jumped the command though. Yeah, he did. That was a grind. It was a great third, but he just started to rack a little bit early. That's unfortunate, but that was a great lift.
Well, he said his next competition, he knows as long as like commands is an easy thing to fix.
Yep.
Next competition, probably get that and more.
True enough. Have you ever missed a command? My girlfriend tells me that I miss commands all the time.
John misses commands.
Does he? What command do you think John misses most?
There's too many.
There's too many. Oh,
I don't know. I'm not giving him enough credit. He came to help out with setup yesterday, which is
looks like we're getting some hot tea with our morning coffees here.
No, I think Kameha has a great phrase that his mom says. If he can't find something, she'll ask him if he has buttons or eyes. I think sometimes John skews a little bit more towards buttons than eyes.
I see.
That's the only tea I will share. Otherwise, I'm very grateful for John. Helping out this weekend.
I think for me, it's just whenever I frustrate my girlfriend. Oh, let's see. We got that was a 3 white lights for Marco. He got clean meat so far. That's awesome. But I was saying, I think that for me, whenever she gets frustrated, I don't think it's my fault because I was napping when she was telling me all of the things. So like, that's not on me. That's a her decision.
Let's have a look. They're just
And the bar is loaded for silence.
squats now for me.
Coming up pretty soon. Yep, certainly.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
So we had a spectator come up and inquire about someone in the next flight. Obviously a supporter, family member maybe.
Brent Davis.
So we got Silas Jackson, and he is going for his third. Good depth. Nice drive. Holding it. Waits for the command. Looks good to me. 3 quick whites. That was a great number to choose. It was just enough of a grind, but not so much that you're burning out.
Yeah, and I think you can hear the crowd hopefully in the background. A lot of support for him.
That was one of the Victoria Barbell crew. So definitely some sage wisdom and coaching there from the Klaus boys.
Well, one of the Klaus brothers is actually competing in the next flight.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's
Is that Jeremy?
Jeremy
Yeah.
is competing.
You'll notice the difference between Jeremy and Jason because they're different people.
What?
Yeah.
Oh.
I know, much in the way that my brother Jeremy and Jeremy and Jordan, once again, different people. Jen apparently likes my brother more because he's quieter.
I actually don't think I've ever spoken to your brother.
I have spoken to Jeremy multiple times, and I can tell you that he's a relatively okay person.
I'll judge that in June.
I think
when I'm actually coming to Kamloops.
you should judge him heavily. What are you coming to Kamloops for?
Well, I think there's a little competition there called the Twin Rivers Strength Fest.
No.
That was a misgroove of the hole by the looks of it. Got a little bit out of position, and it can be hard to do, especially when you're lifting.
Yeah. And
That was great.
he gave the spotters a heads up right away, right when he knew he didn't have it.
One thing that actually these junior boys have been really good at today is not dumping the bar. Sometimes it means when people start to fail, they'll just let go of the bar, which is a big no-no. You're putting the spotters and loaders at risk. You're potentially damaging the floor. So it's good that he, like, especially too, like when I'm starting to fail, I'll always like shake my head or tell the spotters and loaders they know that they can help you lift it back up and guide you back into the floor. And plus, no one wants to unload that many plates on the floor.
No.
Put the bar back into the rack. That's the real reason don't dump the bar.
Yeah, I always just figure that I'll hold it, and if I die, I die.
Exactly.
Yeah. So now moving 215 kilos, taking a nice 7.5 up again, just like his last attempt. Let's see how this goes for him. 215 kilo. Look good on depth, grinding it out. Come on, buddy! Sorry, I got a little fired up there. I got a bit of a come on, buddy. And nice, 3 white lights. That was a great lift.
That was like a really good third. Like any higher than that would have been a strong third.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a little fired up during that one, sorry.
You can see too, a lot of these guys are taking similar-ish jumps between their first and second, and that's something that I'll actually train. As I get closer to a comp, I'm very deliberate in my warm-ups. If I know in a comp I want to be taking like 10 kilo jumps, I always warm up like that.
What's
Which I think is underrated.
the largest jump that you've ever taken in a comp between attempts? And I feel like I've got you beat on this one.
No, you haven't got me beat on this one. I jumped from, I think, 40 kilos once to 90 something. So a 50 kilo jump. Maybe a 50 or 60 kilo jump between my first and second.
NAPF, bench only.
Oh, okay, you might have.
I went from 75 kilo opener, first in the flight, to 19th in the flight. On my second one, I went up to 290 kilo.
So did you do the same thing as me? I was competing in lift bench.
Yeah, I did.
Opened raw as light as
I
possible.
did,
Quickly
yeah.
put my shirt on.
Yeah.
So like if you open light, you start at the beginning of a
Well, I'm
flight.
really curious about this Tyler Olick lift. Let's see this. Good depth, driving.
That was a good.
Gotta hold it.
That moved really well. I wonder if that was his intended second.
That was his intended second.
Yeah, because he missed his first, you obviously don't want to go up to the second to risk it, keep the weight the same. So it would have been interesting to see what he would have put in for his third had he got his own.
So mine was 15 kilo jump.
I can't even bench 250.
And it was pretty funny. Well, you know what? On the day, I didn't bench it either. I dropped it on my stomach. So let's just say that you would have had me beat with your 90 kilo bench attempt that day. Yeah, you would have had me then.
Oh, apparently the stream is really choppy.
All right, and the bar is loaded for Michael.
We've got Michael Bray going for 230 kilo. Good. 3 white lights. That's a good lift from Michael Bray for his third. Third attempt for Noah Van Leeuwen, 247.5 kilos. Sometimes it takes a bit to get all of the plates loaded for these higher attempts. Gives a nice little coffee break for us.
All right, the bar is loaded for Noah.
So the bar is loaded. Noah Van Leeuwen, 247.5. Alright, that's 3 white lights for Noah. And then the last lifter in our flight will be Felix Guy, doing 252.5 kilos. Once again, this is the in lifter, so it sometimes takes a little bit longer to get him set up. Taking a slightly smaller jump than the last time. His last attempt, he moved up 15 kilos. This time he's taking a 10 kilo jump.
All right, the bar is loaded for Felix.
Got everyone fired up for Felix right now. Got a lot of support from the PRC crew. Virgo.
Yeah, rolling.
depth on that one from the side refs. And we've got Jen trying to figure out if we can get the stream a little bit smoother. We've heard that it's a bit choppy. Unfortunately, the internet here is hit or miss, so we're definitely doing our best to get that sorted.
It doesn't say anything about.
All right, and the bar is loaded for Warren.
So we have Warren Kikuchi coming up. I'm going to go out on a limb and assume brother.
M2.
No, from our other Kikuchi lifter.
Brother? M2.
Oh.
So he's between the ages of 50 and 59.
It's a very unique family dynamic. I don't know what you want from each other. Maybe father. Good luck.
Actually, quite a lot of child lifting combos. Liam, one of the guys from coaching today, is part of the PLC club. His mom, Kelly, is actually scorekeeping.
A local road boy for all y'all.
Who else? I'm not sure. There's quite a few lifters whose kids get into it. But you have some at Strength Fest actually, don't you? Have a father and son?
We have a father-son, yeah. M3 and a U3.
Yeah, Renee too.
Renee and Fable.
She's a referee, yeah, and Fable's also referees.
All right, the bar is loaded for Brent.
So this is Brent. So Brent Davis, he's the guy I'm thinking of. He's been involved in powerlifting for a long time.
Well, he is an M4. So he's definitely had the opportunity to be around for a while. He's starting out with 125 kilos.
It looks like he's competed at Western's. He's got the shirt he's wearing.
What?
I think that's the Western's from Richmond back in 2021.
Thumbs up from Chris Robb.
Introduced himself to me this morning actually. I think he must be volunteering after he competes either today or tomorrow because he's planning on going to nationals. So volunteering at this meet for people who live on the island meets volunteer requirements. So
Well,
that's
that's
what he's
awesome.
going to be doing.
Yeah. You can actually volunteer at Twin River Strength Fest as well if you're in the interior.
If you live in the interior, I'm wondering if the Wi-Fi is pretty bad for the stream. I might just record the afternoon session and upload it afterwards. That might be a bit more reasonable.
That might be the best plan. Good job.
One thing I will say about everyone, pretty much everyone who would see this today, their deadlift is there's very few lifters where I feel like we're obviously not at the viewpoint where we are now. A lot of lifters are convincingly deep.
They have been looking very straight today. It's been good. Makes it easier for referees to just be confident. You know? we're an indecisive bunch. No, I'm not. We're very decisive. But
Well, you have to be decisive.
You do.
You have a split second to press a button.
All right, bar is
Yep.
loaded for Ryan.
Ryan, do you think he's related to Tyler? They could be brothers.
they very well could be. So we've got Ryan Olikup. He's starting off with 135 kilos. I always enjoy watching to see where the lifters are looking. I think that this is probably one of his earlier moves because he was looking everywhere. There's a lot going on when you are at your first pump. I know that my first pump, Spring Showdown, however many years ago, I had no idea where to look. I eventually picked a spot, and then a spectator stood up and started like pacing right where I was looking.
What
And
about in training? Where do you look in training?
I look at the foot of one of the pictures of the people on the wall because I train out of a garage.
Oh, so I guess you're not used to looking.
Nope, I look at a wall. Yeah. So there's just so much going on. It's such a different world when you first get onto the platform. I think competition itself needs to be practiced. That's why getting in to compete as soon as you can, I think it can be really beneficial because you get an idea of that and it removes some of the stress and the overwhelming
And a lot of
nature.
people want to wait until they feel like they're competitive enough or they're going to place first or break records. But honestly, I think you need the practice of doing competitions before you're at that point. See when you're ready to break records or
So that you feel more comfortable. You want
you know
less.
what's going on. You're
You
not
want less
worried
against
about
you. Yeah.
figuring things out. You know what you're doing.
Yeah. Definitely agree with you there.
So this is really
All right, the bar is loaded for Will.
Williams going for 145 kilos, which is just shy of 320 pounds. And we've got some Motorhead playing for him. Get him fired up.
To be honest, this playlist doesn't fire me up. This is Tyler's playlist. He made this specifically for this beat.
I have my own playlist for ours as well.
Again, very good depth. That was a great
And very focused. You see the experience. He's looking down. Although I did notice he's rocking the not the Eclipse, the new one, Momentum. SBD Momentum line, which is the Eclipse rebrand.
And I think Momentum is a release behind now. Was Momentum the latest one, or has there been a release since Momentum?
I don't think there has. Which one are you
Maybe
thinking?
there's one coming, because Matt Benner always posts on his story about the Momentum line from SBD, because I think he might be an SBD athlete, and I think there's something being coming. I can tell you what it is.
Let us know. Get in the comments. Confident over.
Right, Michael is next. He's got the same weight on the bar.
So next up we have an equipped lifter. Do we?
Nope, unequipped.
All right, the bar is loaded for Michael.
Oh, it was wrist wraps. I was seeing somebody get their wraps out, and I thought it was knee wraps, but obviously wrist wraps makes more sense. So, unequipped.
Yeah, I think this entire flight is unequipped.
Yeah, you're right. And this guy, Michael, is wearing a Big Barbell t-shirt, and it looks like he's being coached by Jason Fox, owner of Big Barbell, who also has a meet normally in the fall time around November, actually. So Michael hit the wraps, but that's not a red line unless it's considered to be deliberate and age related.
That is a no lift.
So I mean,
What's the
On the blues, that would be probably a lot.
Chris went to tap to me.
Yeah.
Maynard also.
Yeah.
next we've got Ruben.
That's one of the difficult things about rapping. Well, I'm just watching now personally, I'm not as like the first. But but like you see it with the rack, you could be busy watching one thing like the bar back, and you're not looking at their feet. So sometimes some refs might catch something because they're just looking in a different place to the other refs. So.
See, personally, I just look at Mayhar to see if he looks disappointed or not, and then I just go with that. I try to ref vicariously.
I guess that's where you do your resting ref face.
Oh.
The emotionless. I'm not gonna look like I don't know. Because
Lights
I guess
on ref.
as a referee, you're supposed to be very neutral and biased. So even if your friend is lifting, like very calm demeanor. You don't want to show any favoritism.
No, personally, if I have a friend lifting, I'd probably be more harsh just to make sure that they know that it's fair.
They should have better standards than your friends.
Yeah,
They should
clearly.
have those standards.
I mean, you're my friend, right?
I have a
Aren't
story
you?
about Ruben.
Oh, she skipped
Do you
over
remember
that.
my stories?
I don't know, but she skipped over the friend comment.
Sorry.
So Ruben,
Ruben lifted at Swing Showdown in Kelowna, which is the next meet. And I think it was the last one, so last year. I was moving, and at the end of the meet, sometimes they'll come up and like give you a fist bump, shake your hand or something to say thanks to the referee. He gave John a fist bump. He gave Kevin a fist bump. Kevin was the head ref, and then walked off. And I didn't get a fist bump. I've spoken to him since, so it's a bit of a joke now. But
well, clearly you
That's how I
didn't. You
remember
didn't
him.
earn it. You didn't earn it.
remember Ruben now.
David Adshead is up next. 190 kilo, which is just shy of 419 pounds. Rocking the classic red and black SBD.
I do like the classic red. and
It's
black.
honestly, it's so nice.
It's timeless. Well, it's a classic, right?
It's true, yeah.
He's
A replace.
to rack. I'm wondering if that's knees. Yeah. You need to have your knees locked at the start of the squat and the end of the squat. But he has time. And I can't see the timer, but he probably has time.
Timer is right
Oh.
there. Yeah.
I'm trying to look for it on the real TV.
What?
Or because he began an attempt but then stopped to reset.
Come on, let's see.
The judges
Oh,
like
I
it.
gave it to him, yeah.
So apparently, the knees have to be fully locked before the judge will give you the squat.
Chris Rob is smiling. I'm not sure why. Him and Tyler.
Jeremy,
Oh, Mayhaw. I will have to talk about
100 kilos are starting with over 5
Yeah, we're not privy to from this one. What do you think that joke is? Get in the comments.
Well, next up we have Jeremy Klaus.
Oh, I wonder if his
Lifting a lot more than everybody else in this fight, and
I wonder if his brother is handling him.
him battle Hannah, and that's Hannah is competing and showing you
And the
everybody
bar
else.
is loaded.
So I haven't
Where's
seen
Jeremy
her.
Klaus?
It's
Handled by Baby Blue.
Baby Blue.
Yeah, if you're watching our potential live stream, Michael Richards has a really nice blue singlet from A7, I believe. So we're calling him Baby Blue.
Such a hunk.
He's handling Jeremy. Jeremy is probably poised to take best lifter today. He's very strong, very lean. And I think he's looking for a deadlift record today, according to John.
Oh.
So John actually holds the current deadlift record for the 74s, but I think Jeremy is after it. I think that's part of the fun in powerlifting too. You can have good natured battles with people over records.
Very dialed in. Like, very dialed.
Next, we've got Warren. Going back up to the start of the flight. Warren starting us off with 130 kilos for a second touch.
30 kilograms. Nice upright stance. Look good. Good patience. Waiting for the commands. 3 white lights. Great lift.
Next up, Brent. Brent is looking at 35 kilos. Ryan, you're on deck. And Tim, you're in the hole. The bar is loaded for Brent.
Here we go, Brent Davis. Looking good. Depth looked a little better this time. He got the call on depth on the front there. Got the call on depth again.
We need a nickname for
That's
her.
for the judge.
Well, I guess, so, I don't, this is a very tangent to powerlifting, but there's a thing called the Pacific Crest Trail, where you can hike from Mexico to Canada, right?
Yep.
When you do a long hike like that, you get a trail name. And you can't really, like, force a trail name, it doesn't come to you naturally. So I feel like, you take back what I said about Thailand, and a nickname might come to him organically, like Muhammad. I feel like that was a bit more organic.
I think so.
So I'll wait for a nickname.
I wonder how Mahario got that nickname. Wait, I think it might be because his name is Mahar. And it sounds like Mahario. I do pronounce it weird because then it matches Mahario.
This is Ryan, potentially Tyler. Do you jump?
I don't think so. Oh,
You might like it still as a Brent.
I don't know.
it was close there.
Right, we got Tim next.
He might have started the movements on that side a little bit earlier.
Or I guess maybe even if sometimes you're like a little bit off balance, the topic kind of pushes you forward and you're not like actively skipping a command, it's more of a passive.
All right, the bar
It could look like it, yeah. So we have Tim Chen coming up.
He's not wearing knee sleeves, interesting. Very nice. Set.
I really like knee sleeves. I think it's like a nice warm hug. A very sweaty hug.
Very naked without my knee sleeves on.
You should probably put your singlet on there.
Oh,
Yeah,
that would
that would help.
that would
Yeah, there's the rub. Arthur Tim is on deck, same weight, 140 kilo. Not gonna lie, the B-52s don't really do it for me for powerlifting.
I like
For
this
powerlifting, really?
Maybe not for a squat.
Yeah.
Well, Tyler's rationale was the music is for the audience, because I find too as a lifter, you're quite often tuning that a lot. You're so focused on your
Well, that's interesting because I picked only power and heavy metal for our comp. It is all metal,
I'll change my mind on you.
non-stop. Sorry, you already accepted the bribe. You're coming. You shook on it.
What about this song? Something bad reputation. I know the song, but I can't. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Of course it's gonna get that. All right, the bar is loaded
Yeah.
for Ryan.
So Michael Cowan, 145 kilo.
He's also wearing a Titan singlet, so Titan singlets are rumored to be the, you know, like the really tight knee sleeves are kind of like the cheat code of knee sleeves.
Yeah.
The Titan is meant to be the cheat code of singlets. It's meant to be a little bit more supportive than some of the other singlets. So some people will wear it just for that because they think it gives them a little something extra.
I think a lot of that's between the ears.
Good job, Mike.
A bit of a placebo. Isaac Carter Hughes.
Shannon has quite a loud voice actually.
When she yells, I'm sure.
Yeah, she's yelling at the spotters and loaders, not in a bad way.
Not in a
just
bad way,
telling them
encouraging, yeah.
what to load, but I can hear her quite clearly from here, honestly.
We'll have to ask Baby Blue Richards about that.
Yeah. Maybe he has trouble with commands at home.
Maybe.
That's where she's practiced her assertive platform chief voice.
Clearly, it's definitely, she's an actor.
I don't think I've ever seen her platform chief before.
I haven't either, but she's a natural.
Yes. Well, this is also my first island that I've ever been to in all the time I've been with him.
I think this is my first Major General. Nope. No, I've been to a few.
I hope you've been to
Yeah, no, we've done this before even. Oh my God, you know, I've sat here at this desk with you.
The one thing that was very hard. I wonder if that was a little bit too much. I missed that.
That can add a bit of a grind. He's got 3 white lights, it's a good lift. Hopefully that didn't take too much out of him for his third attempt.
So Jonathan Cruz is our the Kraken team, Margot, Pat and Tyler were a little bit short on announcers around a week and a half ago, so John stepped up to announce this session because he's a good announcer when he's on track, but he was actually then really sad that we were commentating together when he found out he was in the live stream. He'd already signed up to announce, couldn't find anyone to cover him, otherwise he would have been at this desk with us.
I know, and really reuniting the 3 J's.
I know.
It would have been a beautiful moment.
But honestly, had John been here at this desk, I would have probably left it to it. I have a lot of BCPA stuff to catch up on.
That's, honestly, it's probably true, but it's also very hurtful. We feel very abandoned. I'm so glad that you're here with me.
I would be listening. I'd be listening and supporting.
Well, yeah, you gotta let him know, like, the commands later on about what he did wrong. Yeah. So we've got William King moving 155 kilo right now.
Tyler has a good head ref voice, actually.
He does. Very assertive. I noticed William King, he focuses on that spot very low, right?
Yeah, I was just actually looking at that too. It seems like he keeps his head very low, which is something I do too, actually. I'm like not looking at my feet, but I'm looking very close in front of me at the floor.
Yep. There's less going on there. I'm somewhat torn between wanting to keep my chin up and pick a spot higher up, and also being aware of people moving around and everything. That can be distracting. You really need to focus in.
Yeah, I've also found that where I'm looking when I squat has changed as I've changed coaches through my lifting career. So like back in the beginning, one of my first coaches, I was always cued to like stay more upright. So then I would naturally be looking up and have to find like something to look at in the background of the image. Now I push my hips out a bit more, I lean forward more, so I naturally am going to look at the floor to help keep that position.
When I'm squatting, I actually look at you to just see if you're like disappointed in me or not, and then I find that very motivating.
I don't think I've ever roughed you.
I think it's the Catholic guilt. I think it's a very strong motivator.
I should find out where you look and then stand there, and then just look disappointed when you stand upright at the end.
I think you should. That's only reasonable. I don't even know where I look right now. Good grind.
I'll be interested to see
That was a very big jump between his first and his second, though, so he might have been very confident in that number, and then just chipping a PR or something. Sometimes it's best to really go aggressive on your second attempt if you're really just wanting to get a tiny PR on your third, knowing that you might not have it, but you don't want to sacrifice your total and try and get as much out of your seconds.
Yeah, like looking at his body weight, he weighed in at, I lost it, 73.9. So the cutoff for the weight class is 74 kilos. So I wonder if if he was cutting weight for this meet, and then you only have a very limited time to, his lot number is 22, so that's later on, so he wouldn't have had much time to refeed, rehydrate, and I find that impacts my squats. You can normally recover it by bench and deadlift, so that could be
That's a good observation.
for that.
Yeah. So we got David Adshead, 205 kilo.
Well, sometimes I
Good
was
patience, good patience. It looked like he wanted to re-rack there, but he held off and he waited for the rack to end.
So, one thing that I noticed that he did, and some other lifters do, he starts off looking down with his squat, but as the weight gets heavier and like you're slower coming out of the hole and you get towards that sticking point, people kind of look up. I guess maybe it's like, look where you're going, right? So if you're starting to look up, maybe it's easier to get the bar up, or maybe again, it's in the ears. Or maybe probably doesn't even realize he's doing it.
I think I look up just because I'm ready to face God, because it could squish me.
This is a good song.
This is a great song.
You know what? Tyler's playlist is growing on me.
Is it?
Is it not growing on you?
No. No, it's good. It's fine.
Okay, so let's see. Jeremy is going to squat 245. This is his second. He must be close. Maybe he has the squat record for the second course. That's a 15 kilogram. We'll see how this moves.
Very curious to see what he puts in. I think 250 is probably. We're just checking to see the records right now if he's already got them.
I'm not sure if John has the 74 squat record, and maybe Jeremy has the open squat 74. Jonathan Cruz has that at 255. I don't think, seeing how Jeremy's second moved, I don't think he has 255.
Do you think he's going to punch it in anyways?
Let's say 250. Maybe 252. Because to break a record, he would need to chip it at 256, and he definitely doesn't have, or 255.5, he doesn't have it.
Come on, Warren.
In my opinion.
255.5.
I wonder how Jonathan Cruz feels about this.
Get in the comments. And it's interesting because Jonathan Cruz, like we said before, is announcing right now. Good third lift. Yep. Okay. We've got the one call, blue light on the far side. Couldn't see what he tapped. He has his hand on his knee right now, which is sometimes an indicator.
I think he's just comfortable sat like that.
I think that could be true, but it is sometimes an indicator.
He's talking to Tyler again.
Tyler's scratching his head.
I don't think that's indicative of...
No. Chris touched his nose. Nose is not a part of the lockout, so it definitely is something else.
Yeah, and neither is scratching your head.
It is not, no.
I'm going to be right back, and I will leave you in the capable voice.
Oh, things are going to get weird. That is a bold strategy. I will try. Okay. That's good. Next up we have Ryan Olick, 145 kilos for his third attempt.
The bar is loaded for Ryan.
And here comes Ryan. This one's moved pretty well, so I think he's probably got this in the bag. I'm very curious to see how he moves it. It's just shy of 320 pounds, which is a solid squat. Nice confident walkout. Looked a little high to me. We'll have to see how it was treated. Yep, and we got a call on depth, and we got 2 yellows. They can choose whatever they want for lights. They can highlight multiple. It could have been depth as well as a command, but regardless, that's been a great session for squats for there.
The bar is loaded.
And without further ado, welcome back, Jen.
I thought you were with us original.
Oh, look at that. This is breakfast now, you know that,
Yeah,
right?
me too. I've got oatmeal stuck here that I haven't eaten for the last 2 hours.
Oh, wow. I've got a Werther's original here. Tim Chen.
Alright, that's a good lift. Good job, Tim. Bart's up next. He's also squatting 145 kilos.
Are you repping in the second section today?
No,
Oh, okay. Just me.
I'm doing equipment seconds.
And the bar is loaded for
Ooh, how
Bart.
exciting. Wait, when do I lose you then?
12:30. We probably both have to go to 12:30.
I feel like yeah.
So we'll have to probably abandon deadlifts.
Which is usually what I do when I compete too.
Weren't you? Yeah, because last time at Pinterest you were sharing your top tip for deadlifts, which is just pick it up because it's hard work.
Yeah, it's a lot of effort. I don't know if you know this, but the dead in deadlift is the way that it makes you feel inside.
Yeah.
That's a good lift. Good job, Art. Isaac's next. Isaac is lifting 155 kilos at 225 kilos.
So we've got Isaac Carter Hughes coming up next. He's going to be attempting.
On deck and
Oh wait, I cannot see right now what it's going to be. 155 kilo. There we go.
Oh yeah, it says it up here.
Yeah. Which I believe is just a 2.5 kilo jump. So a very, very modest little uptick.
And the bar
It's
is
either that
loaded.
or they might have timed out submitting their attempt. Because when you get a lift, if you do not put in your next attempt within 1 minute, it automatically just goes up by 2.5. So we'll see how this one moves. It may have been intentional.
I think I remember this. I think it was a really tough second.
I think
I
you're right.
remember
Yeah,
Isaac,
yeah,
so that
you're
might
right.
be why, like, if you can squeak an extra 2.5 kilos onto your total and save a bit more energy for deadlift, it would be better than failing in lift.
Nice.
That
looked. I think it moved better than the second. I think he had a little bit more,
Alright,
but
that's a good
it's a good lift regardless.
Dave,
Good job.
who trains out of
Mike is
Ford.
next.
I think he's
We've
a
got
personal trainer at Ford, so he's in
165
here.
kilos on the bar for
Wait,
him.
actually, he's competing this afternoon. No, he can't be. Who's competing this
Williger
afternoon?
up next. And
Who's competing? I think a bunch of people are competing this
But
afternoon.
like, what is the age category? What is the? Is it women?
Once again,
It's
ages.
not women.
No,
Is it women?
it could be women.
I should probably know because
I think there are, I think that the second session today and second session tomorrow is women.
I'm doing equipment check and weigh-ins. Maybe that's why. Because I can weigh in.
I do really like this song. Okay, so Michael Cohen up 162.5.
Oh, I was right. It is men this afternoon.
Oh,
So I was confused because there's a mix of open men this morning, but it's the lighter weight classes for open men. This afternoon it's all for 83s, 93s, 105s, 120s. So we won't actually get to find out who wins basketball until after all of the open men competed this afternoon. That's why. Because there's a lot of open men that signed up for this meet. So yes, I'm just doing equipment check at 12:15.
okay.
2 hours.
All right, the bar is loaded for Will.
So we now have William King up, 165 kilos. And he's got his patented look-down technique.
I think his second moved well.
It did. He's got a nice 10-kilo jump. So he's definitely pushing his limit, but I think he's got it. He had his second one quite handily.
Easy.
Good bounce. Looked good. Probably had more in the tank. Good patience. That was a clean
We're down
lift.
to the last 3 lifts of these fights. We got Ruben at 192.5. David is on deck, and Jeremy, you're in the hole.
Jen, something terrible just happened. I ran out of coffee.
Uh-oh.
I know.
There might be coffee in the volunteer.
I think there is, and there's only 3 lefters
Yeah,
left.
you
So,
can wait 3 minutes.
I mean, 3 minutes is a long time, I hear. It's plenty of time. It's a really long time. Have you heard about how long 3 minutes is?
Well, I mean, it is 180 seconds, right?
Bar is
Might
I've
consider
heard
that to
that,
be a
yeah.
long time.
Yeah, some people do. That's how long you get for a reattempt when following yourself
Okay.
at the end of a
I do not know that, but you need to if you're doing your exam tomorrow.
that is true.
3 minutes is also probably a long time if you're waiting for the lights and the referees to give you a judgment.
That is a long time as well. So Ruben Henry, 192.5 kilos.
He has generously chalked his back. You can see as he's setting the bar into his traps there.
Yep.
A little bit of a chalk pile coming up.
Are you a nervous chalker?
By nervous chalker, do you mean an enthusiastic chalker?
Enthusiasm. Oh, the grind. Oh, he's going. He's moving. Oh, I think it looks good. I think it looks good. Yes. Beautiful.
Pretty good we've seen so far.
That was definitely a 33rd. 33 and a turd. That was a great third attempt. That was every bit that you could get out of a squat.
Let's hope he has lots of snacks back there to try and keep as much energy.
I hope he does. I'm gonna go take some of them. I do like food and snacks.
Well, you can stay away
And
from
the
my
bar is loaded for David.
I've
I
already.
don't have
Come on,
You
David.
don't, but that drink of yours tasted awfully good while you were gone.
Hey,
Hey,
kind of better tasting drink. That strawberry shortcake Alani protein drink is actually quite tasty.
is it
Yeah. I think it's the best flavor that they do.
really? I find them awfully sweet. But at the end of the day, it's protein, so I drink it anyways, and I really don't care.
So we can stay big and strong.
Yeah, David Adshead, 212.5 kilos. Good determination. Good patience. And once again, you can see him fighting the urge to rack. Fighting the urge to rack early.
He was lucky. Like you said, you were 5 minutes.
Oh no. I am very curious to see how this goes. We have Jeremy Klaus attempting to beat the record of our announcer, Jonathan Cruz. Get in the comments.
Do we know if Jeremy is going to Nationals this year? I have a feeling they might because I think that's why Hannah's doing bench only tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I actually don't know.
There's a lot of
Alright,
things.
the bar is loaded for Jeremy.
Just getting support from his brother, getting ammonia from the baby.
Baby Blue.
Also, baby blue is wearing a blue t-shirt.
I know, he's really doubling down on that title.
He must have known we were going to be
I
here.
think so. Blue is his color.
That's not Jeremy.
Okay. But it is a great singlet if you go back to the provincial feed and check it out. Jeremy Klaus, 255.5, provincial record. Push! No, just not today. That moved.
Better than I thought it was.
Yeah, I thought he had a shot there for a second. Yeah,
Okay, well,
good
that's it
effort.
for squats.
That is it for squats. We're going to take a little bit of a hiatus. See you soon. soon.
10 minutes.
Hello and welcome back. We're going to be now starting our bench portion of the morning. Marco Dizon, 80 kilos to start us off in flight A. Waiting on Chris Rom, and there we go, 3 white lights.
Next, we have Mackenzie. Mackenzie is lifting 10 kilos more, 90 kilos on the bench. You'll notice it's a bit more squat. Breathe command here. Start, press, and rack. And if you jump any of those commands, that can be pause for a no lift. Also a few other rules, such as keeping your head on the bench at all times, feet on the bench, and your derriere. And the bar is loaded for Mackenzie Cameron.
Mackenzie Cameron, bars loaded, 90 kilos. I'm sorry, Jen's just a little preoccupied. I know that I'm half the announcer without her, so she'll be back soon and we'll continue our banter. Oh.
Start. Press. Rack.
Barry, prices we experienced technical issues with our Wi-Fi. All right, let's see. That is good. We've got 2 white lights there. One in the center. We've got Daniel up next. Daniel's approaching 95 kilos for us. Ben, you're on deck, and Silas, you're on hold.
Daniel Kikuchi, 95 kilos for his opener.
All right, we've got the bars loaded for Daniel.
Call, bar is loaded, ready to go for Daniel.
Again, this is Daniel's second competition. Best bench score is 220.
Start. Press.
Looks very clean. 3 white lights, good lift. And you'll notice when the lifters come out, they'll quickly talk to the spotter loaders and instruct them on how they like to have their lift off, whether they like a lift off at all. That is entirely based on personal preference. I think I say on my big breath because I like to have inhaled before it gets lifted onto my chest. Benjamin Willoughby will be taking 95 kilos for a spin. Jen, how do you like lift off? Do you like a lift off?
No, I do not take one unless I'm lifting weight. Then I find a way to start, like, keep the arm stuck in certain positions, actually just on, unrack it myself.
You're just too strong for the shirt.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Start. Press. Rack.
That is a good lift. Everybody. We got Silas up next. Silas is 100 kilos for us.
I'm hoping that's not right.
Stand there with us.
I think Daniel put in 195 for his extra cap.
That's only a 7.5 minute jump.
Quality and strength of the Wi-Fi extended.
Oh, 102.5. I thought it was 192.
you wear contact lenses?
I can't see. I don't even know where we are right now.
I've got my contacts in today, but I still find it a bit hard to read. It might be the screen too much. The projector is not.
It's a little blurry,
Yeah.
Maybe he was counting them in pounds.
Start. Press.
Very quick of a start.
He's not the only one too, so both Daniel and Ben went from 95 to 2.5.
Different weight classes though, so
And different age categories, so it's not like they're copying each other to.
no. Also, I don't know if you knew this, but in the meantime, I got another coffee.
And the bar is
Oh, good.
I know, right? I was really relieved.
You're gonna get another one for deadlift?
I am probably going to get one before we're even done bench.
I have a monster in the car.
I don't think John is in the car, actually. I think he's over at he's announcing right now, Jen. That's silly of him. Caleb David Kirk Baker going for 105 kilo.
Start. Press.
Nice and quick. Nice and quick. Looks good to me. That is a good lift.
good job, Caleb. Michael next.
So do the three lifts. Which one's your favorite?
I don't want to say. It's a secret. Well,
It's a
I
secret.
don't know. Okay, so it's not a secret. So for the longest time, like, squat has been
175
my lift. And I still really like squats, don't get me wrong. But lately, my other lifts have been going pretty well too. So we'll see.
Do you know what my favorite lift is?
A forklift? It's going to be something silly like that.
It's actually uplifting. It's uplifting the spirits of my
Oh
friends.
my god.
That's the best lift of all.
Is it 12:30 yet?
No, it is 10:48.
Okay. I'm counting down the time for equipment check. But even then I have to go with you to do that. So
I
it's not
know.
even a-
You can't even get away. You're stuck with me, Jen. This is for life.
Are you going to Nationals in PA? Right?
Yes, I am. I'm actually going to the same hotel you're staying at.
I haven't booked a hotel yet, so
I
I
know.
have time to change mine.
I'm just gonna wait and just follow. Michael Bray, 107.5, 3 white lights. I just like to be there so that I can butt you and John. That's my life goal. Uplifting spirits and bugging you.
Exactly. And you're really good at it.
Thank you. I'm a natural.
Noah, you're up next. Tyler is on deck with 9.
So we're taking a bit of a jump up here with Noah Van Leeuwen. We're going up to 130 kilo.
Noah.
And he takes the self lift off.
Press.
There you go. And you'll notice off to the left. Oh,
Command on that rack.
jumped a bit of a command on there.
Yeah, Scrappy, you really cognizant of when the commands go.
Next up, we have Tyler Olick at the same weight. You'll also notice the gentleman with the camera roaming around. That is Evan Porter of Evan Porter Media. He is doing all the photography for this event. He's a very well-known, very popular photographer. And he is now taking a picture of Tyler Olick and his handler, Vincent Lowe, who is of Vincent Lowe Media, who's another well-known BC PA photographer.
Tyler Olick, 130 kilos. Seen Tyler at a few comps now. He's a very strong guy. Beauty, yeah. Tyler Olick with his patented vampire rise off the bench. I think I would get a hernia if I tried to stand up like that from the bench. You should watch it. It is. You can see how like tight his arch must be for that whiplash. It's a, and he's right up. It is kind of astounding, honestly.
But if he's got like a really tight arch like that, that might contribute to why he's the first one.
Alright, and the bar is
his
loaded for
openers
9.
have 2 reds on the bar.
Yep,
Might help his
he's
strength.
a strong guy.
He's also lifting similar weights here to the people in 2 weight classes above him,
Yep.
which is impressive.
He's a great bencher. Now moving that handily. Looks good.
I feel like that was a typical CPU pause there from Tyler. Although I guess it's not when the bar does come to be motionless, which is what Tyler's waiting for to be paused. Or, I mean, he was up late last night, Tyler was getting his event set up. He was here early this morning. Maybe he was a little tired.
And the bar is loaded.
Do you think he's tired?
Opening with something higher than
I don't know either.
I haven't seen him yawn.
No. He likes to keep his cards close to his chest. Yeah.
Felix, that
Oh,
Felix
yeah.
guy.
That Felix guy, 137.5 kilo. That was, definitely a PA pause on the chest.
Tyler gave him the red that the elbow depth. So elbow depth is like a new issue. Oh, it's been a year and a half now, so it's not that new. But your elbows have to be below the top of your shoulder joint for it to count as elbow depth. So there's a good chance if he has a really big arch, his elbows are just a little bit high.
And the bar is loaded for Marco.
So Marco's coming up next with 100. No. Go back to the top of the order. These are the beginning of the
92.5 kilo. Very, very clean. I'm curious to see how our next lifter will do. Yeah, he had a bit of an issue with some of the start command on the last one. Thankfully, he did not receive the start command yet. He didn't have both of the side reps with their arms down. So they actually, even though he started a bit of a lift, they let him get reset up and get the start command properly. And they still gave it to him. It was a bit tough to go there. I was wondering how they were going to treat that.
Let's hope there's something he's learned from as he comes back out for a second.
Yeah.
And the bar is loaded for Mackenzie.
I'm expecting it to be a lot cleaner. Much cleaner on the command.
Daniel is up next. Now we're up to 102.5 kilos. Yes, you're on deck. Sides are in the floor. bar is loaded.
So Daniel's just letting the pander off it, just letting him know what he likes. And you're supposed to actually remind them every time you come out. You can't expect them to remember what you told them on your first attempt, because they see a lot of people doing a lot of handoffs. So it's always good to remind them that you like the handoff. Again, that was a very controlled bar. Let's hope that's some of
All right, 3 white lights. Good lift.
3 white lights there.
And you can see actually bench sometimes takes a little bit longer than squats, just because the platform crew has a lot more to adjust in between each lift. So you can see for squats, you don't have to use the safeties. Well, you're not allowed to use the safeties because it won't actually save you.
Bar is loaded for Ben.
For benches, you need them to protect it from going on your face. I'll actually be curious to see how big his arch is here.
All right. And let's head out here.
So this is actually what I was going to bring up. His safeties are set to 1. A lot of the time, lifters will just set their safeties low because they don't care. But maybe not care as well, but maybe they just don't set. I don't know. They don't set the safeties right, basically, where it would protect your face and neck if you were to just drop the bar. So that's what Tyler's doing there. Head referee is actually allowed to
All right. The bar is
change
again
the
loaded
safeties
for
to
Ben.
something that is a bit more
Reasonable.
appropriate.
Yeah.
So even now, I think the safeties look a little bit
Low.
low. I don't think that would really protect his, definitely not his face, maybe his neck. And you can see his arch actually where his touch point is on his chest. He should probably go 4 marks to get the safety.
It puts a lot more pressure on the spotter loaders.
Yeah, exactly.
I try and cut a fine line where it's as long as the bar is above my head and below my touch point. And Jen is once again abandoning me. I am very sad. I'm somewhat crushed. I think she's sneaking over to Tyler to offer her 2 cents about the safety height. We can see it at a really good angle here. He gets a little bit more of a head on. It's a bit of an awkward angle for him. And Jen, if you know Jen, you know that she has opinions, and she's not afraid to let them be known. I think it's because she's British.
For Silas.
You think it's because you're British
Well,
that you let everyone know your opinions?
hey,
It's the colonizer in you, isn't
hey. I just want everyone to be safe. And especially because Ben's going to be coming out for his third bench
it?
press
Safe
attempt.
in your new empire.
No, I'm trying to be... Because when he said his safety is to 3, if he dropped the bar, it's not going to save his...
It's not going to help any more than it being at 1.
So I think he could probably go to a 5 or a 6, especially
Yep.
when you come to third attempts and people typically start failing a lot with their third attempts.
Agreed.
Michael, you're on deck. Noah, you're in the hole. And the bar is loaded.
So we have Caleb David Kirk Baker coming up. He is going to be attempting 112.5 kilos. While we are being serenaded by Brett Michaels of Poison.
I don't know this song.
I do.
Great chat.
Shannon shouting out commands after getting 3 white lights on that, getting ready for the next lifter. We have Michael Bray coming up at 115 kilos. You'll notice that even though it's only a 2.5 kilo jump, they have to take off all the smaller plates and toss on the now blue plate. That is because you are supposed to use the largest increment plate
Bars
available.
loaded for Michael.
Giving instructions about his preferences, a little adjustment maybe from the first time. And now we have CC DeVille serenading us with his guitar solo.
Is this the same song?
This is the same song, yes, yeah. I just want to point out that I know the guitarist and the singer. That's all. I don't know who does bass.
Press.
That looks like a clean lift for Michael Bray.
He's also definitely.
Oh, we got a command call there. It could be for heaving or something else, so curious to see what was indicated to him. Well, we've got the PRC crew coming out. I think it was the rat command that was gestured.
I don't know, I missed it. And I was trying to catch Chris's eye, but he's hiding behind those red plates.
And the bar is loaded for
I often try and catch Chris's eye, but that's just because he's a handsome devil.
That's probably why he's avoiding looking at us.
That is probably true, yeah. That's probably on me. Sorry. Noah Van Leeuwen taking a small jump.
Press. Press.
When you miss your opener, sometimes it's a mental thing to take that small 2.5 kilo jump, so you're not attempting the same one. It's just like I don't want to do that. I already messed that up. I at least want to take a little something.
Especially too, like maybe it depends what you got the red lights for, why you missed it. If you know, like it's just something easy you can fix on your next, like missing a command, it might make sense to still go up a little bit.
Yep.
If it was strength or like
Alright,
elbow
bars
depth, I
loaded
wouldn't
for
go up.
time.
No,
because
probably.
You want to make sure that you lock that in.
Now we have Rainbow in the Dark by Dio.
Like another song I don't know.
You don't know Dio? Ronnie James Dio. He would be disappointed in you.
Are they Canadian?
They are not.
Huh.
They are the former singer of Black Sabbath. The one other
I
than
have heard of
Ozzy
Black
Osbourne.
I know who Ozzy Osbourne is. His wife Sharon actually used to be one of the judges on Pop Idol in the UK.
Yeah.
She was also the spokesperson for Asda, which is a grocery store a bit like Walmart.
Press.
That was a sinky. He hit the safety.
I think he did. But watch the way that he stands up. This is the one you were wanting? Whoop.
Did he hit the safety?
He did.
He probably needs to let the safety.
Yep. It could have just been a little bit of an accidental collapse on the cart. I noticed he went a little lower.
Really, really deep.
I noticed he went a little bit lower than he normally does. That could have been seen as just like a hit off the safety rather than a resting on the safety. So as long as it isn't to the advantage of the lifter,
Exactly.
even if it touches the safety or if it hits the uprights,
And as long as it's considered not deliberate as well.
yes.
Alright, we got the bar
This is a
loaded.
really high
Felix.
safety coming up here.
Did you see his lift, the way he sat up from the bench that time though?
The lifter just now?
Yeah.
Yes, I did like
Yeah.
the attention this time.
Yeah, like Nosferatu himself. The rise from the. It's kind of daunting.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'll show you later.
Press.
Oh, I wonder if he's at our Yeah, that was. I was questioning the depth from here, honestly.
So it looks like elbow depth on one side.
Yep.
Elbow depth is new rule, relatively last
He's definitely skirting the line there. He got one call for elbows on the first one, and he got one call for elbow on the second one. Two different reps, so they are paying attention to that. You'll have to be really dialed in for the third attempt. They're all going to be watching that one closely.
I guess too as well, as soon as you start to see really high safeties, you can probably anticipate an arch, and as a rep, it's gonna make me look for depth because you're kind of drawing attention to it. You're
Yeah.
keeping yourself safe and drawing attention to the fact that you're probably benching hard.
Press.
This depth looks good. Oh, that's a
Grind, hold, good. Good for me. 3 white lights.
So now we're going back to the top of the flight for bench and taps.
For this flight. You got Marco starting up with kilos. Some guys will leave a bit of a tank just to build the total, because otherwise you don't want to expend too much energy with the lifts. And the bar is loaded from Marco.
Marco Dizon hitting the 100 kilo barrier with his 3rd attempt. Ample chalk on his back. I find that is more between the ears. I don't know how much actual grip it adds. I think fairly minimal.
I think it probably depends on the drive, honestly. When I talk to people in the gym, I typically don't chalk. I'll just bench as I am. A lot of people need that extra grip. So I don't know. When you have a stronger leg drive, you're more likely to slip. But I don't really use.
If you need extra grip in a gym because your commercial bench or whatever is just a little bit too slippery, take yourself to like Canadian Tire.
Yes,
Get
what
one
I've
of those
done.
little silicone camping like cutting board things, the little mats that they have.
Oh.
They're about I think they cost like $4 or $5, and because they're that silicone rubber, they're very narrow and they do not move at all.
I've been buying shelf liner actually, grippy shelf liner stuff with some hands like moving around in the cupboard. That works really well because you can cut it up.
Try one of those for your shoulders though. That little mat, you can toss it in your gym bag. It's tiny, and you can toss it on anything, and it will stick like nothing else. And you never have to worry about that again.
Yeah, some of the people at my gym bench on yoga mats actually, but they're quite big.
Oh, this don't.
And that's exactly why you said you see things.
Yeah.
Sometimes with bench especially, and I think more so with the clips, I like fail really fast. So it's one of the ways you always have time to grab the bar.
I find that the bench is probably the one that it fails the quickest on. Like you've got it, and then you're done. It's just so abrupt.
Yeah.
All right. The bar is loaded.
Daniel is one of the most descriptive handoff requesters I've noticed in this session or in this fight.
It looks like it maintained movement. I don't know. It looks okay to me. Oh. See? Mehar agreed with me, but I'm on the right, and the other two agreed with you, but you're on the left. So I guess
Downward is sometimes a hard one to call.
it is.
If one side is still going up and the other is stationary, it can look like downward. So you have to be really on it.
Got Daniel
Yeah.
next now with 102
But I wouldn't fault them either way.
I wouldn't. It was definitely right on the barrier.
Bar is loaded.
And I think this is where we'll start to see a lot more red boxes in the score as we go through these third attempts.
I'm optimistic. All whites. All white lights from here on.
Currently, this is bench there. The safeties are too low still. I have a bee in my bonnet about safety.
You do indeed. And you have interesting sayings about the bees and your bonnets. Benjamin Willoughby, 110 kilo. Hopefully the spunner loader stayed nice and close for this one. Yeah, you see? That's a lot more pressure on the spotters and loaders to be so ready for that because it is entirely on them. You really need to do your own due diligence to make sure that the safeties are set up. Because it's a lot to put on people. They're just trying to help.
Especially because they're all volunteers, so like, especially people like Shannon.
We're not getting paid for this?
What?
Oh my gosh!
So, yeah, like people like Shannon, right? She's a physiotherapist. if the bar were to drop on her, maybe not from a bench, but from a squat, like she's potentially out of work because she
Yeah.
needs her body
Alright, the
to
bar is
work,
loaded
right?
for
And I think in other
silence.
provinces too, you're starting to see spotters and loaders not really sign up anymore because if they get hurt spotting and loading, they can't work. So
It's a lot.
staying with the bar and safety is
It's essential. You need to, because you need to protect your volunteers just as much
And
as you need to
protect
protect your
yourself.
lifters. Yeah.
So I'm guessing being in your bonnet is not a common
No, it's
phrase.
pretty common here.
Oh,
I
it
just like
is.
bugging you.
Because I quite often will say things like that at home, and John has no idea what I'm talking about.
I think he's just pretending to not understand so he doesn't have to deal with it.
And that
Three white lights.
that might go down, same way down the block.
And often that delay is not because the referee is rendering their judgment in retrospect, really thinking about it and analyzing it. It's mostly because the little buttons are kind of annoying to hit sometimes.
Yeah, and they
And-
need a good internet connection. Or
Yeah, it takes a second to realize whether it's your button that didn't go off or not. So that can be a little frustrating. Batteries dying, there's all manners of sins.
Exactly.
Yeah. Honestly, it really gets a bee in my bonnet about that.
Get in the comments. Let us know what saying she'll bust out next. Michael Bray, 115. Good move. Looks like he had at least another 5 bouncing. Just building up that total.
Saving energy, eh?
I could.
I think you could use some energy right now. Yeah, that's.
All y'all like to be lifters. You
I
have
think occasionally you might hear the mic cut as she yawns audibly. That one was silent. She kept it contained.
Admittedly, I was here for setup last night. A little bit.
Alright, bar is
Yeah,
loaded
I was here for
Kayla.
setup too in spirit more than in physical
Exactly.
presence. Yeah. Caleb David Kirk Baker is coming up now. He is going to be attempting 117.5 kilos. Nice strict setup. Good arch. They could be paying attention to elbows on this one, but he looks like he's going to be deep enough.
I actually find it easier to watch our little screen here.
Unfortunately, all your feet, both feet have to be planted on the floor at the start.
That's one of the problems with wearing Notorious lifted bench is that even if your feet are flat, the way the shoes are designed, it makes it look like your feet
Big
aren't flat.
curl up, yeah.
I couldn't actually see his feet, but that's a common issue with Notorious lifts.
But they're right there. Safety set proper. Goes on that. Perfect. That is safe. That is a conscientious and caring approach. Love it. Love to see that. Making sure that you are keeping everyone safe. I think Jen just nodded off a little bit, so.
No, I was looking.
Oh, she's back.
No, because I wear a garment and I was yawning. I was looking. My HRV is actually very low at the moment, and I feel like when you're at a meet all weekend,
Alright,
especially
bar is loaded
us,
for
because
Noah.
we help out in a lot of different ways.
Yep.
I don't think my HRV is going to improve this week.
Noah Van Leeuwen coming up for 137.5 kilos, so 20 kilos more than our last lifter.
Sounds like we've got some supporters for Noah in the audience. That's a good hurt. Little bit of struggle, but not too bad.
It's on the BCPA on the YouTube page. BCPA YouTube page. Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
All right, Tyler Ola coming up, 147.5 kilo. Great bencher.
Once again, I just want everyone to remember any Dracula movie you have ever seen
and the way they rise from the box and everything, that is what this reminds me of. I think it is one of the coolest bench dismounts, so I'm a big fan. So I think he tapped off the safety last time. I think he lost a little bit of his arch.
Yeah, I think this is the guy that sinks into his chest
Yeah.
quite a long way.
Yeah, he's definitely very precise in his efforts. So let's see how this goes.
Sir. Press.
It's moving. On the one side, yeah. Let's see if it's overall. No! All white lights? Beauty! I think that might have even surprised him a little bit. No. So we've got this Felix guy up. Honestly, I love this guy's name. Just because we can say this Felix guy every time.
Well, I guess it wouldn't matter what his first name was.
No, but it's nice that it's Felix. It just works. It makes sense. Good job. Good job, parents. And I think because of lot number, this is actually the second to last one. With power, extra, even more. Oh!
Unfortunately, that is a no lift. Again,
Could have been elbow.
I was watching the bar on the chest.
Yeah. Yeah, and those are the two referees that called elbow depth before. However, the last couple times you got 2 white lights. This time they agreed on the elbow depth, and unfortunately that's 2 reds, so that is not a good lift. So Niall Jensen, by the benefit of lot number, lifts the same amount, but he will be the last in our flight.
Sir. Press.
Nope, not today.
good track spotter.
And that is it for our first flight bench. They will now be getting ready for the second flight to get going.
Alright, it looks like we're back up to the start of the next flight. Should be Masters Men now starting with Warren.
One red, white, collar.
They're just discussing what they need to load. Unfortunately, just based on the system, it'll always show the deadlift number a little bit between the flight changes. So often that throws people. So usually the best bet is to take off the collars and strip a little bit of weight because you know you're probably going to be going down. Yeah.
And I guess the benefit too is I train in a gym with pillar plates, so I can see 85 and I immediately know what plates to load. But a lot of people who train in gyms, particularly with pounds, you need the screen really to show you what plates you're going to be.
Yeah, I tend to train in a gym with the pound plates.
So you're not as like snappy with the kilo.
I'm just not as snappy as you in general.
I'm not very snappy right now. You know that.
I mean, I'll give you credit. Ryan Olek, 85 kilo.
Definitely does.
Nice. And notice he's not wearing wrist wraps. I'm a big fan of all the wraps.
I'm not. I'm just lazy.
I've heard that from John before, actually.
That I'm lazy.
No, that you just don't like wrist wraps. Why? What do you think I was trying to infer? That's pretty ominous. We got Brent Davis up next. Looks like he's also taking 85 for a ride.
recording Ryan lift. So I asked the woman, oh, are Ryan and Tyler brothers? And she said, oh, I don't know. And I was confused because she was filming Ryan lift, so I assumed that she knew him. But maybe not. So the mystery.
Either that or they're just
continues.
really throwing a curveball at you and just really think it's funny.
Or she didn't hear me.
Get in the comments.
But we're also not actually watching the comments, so.
William King, 87.5 kilo. And we're watching the comments in spirit, in that we're not watching them.
Press. Press.
It's a nice bench.
Lovely. Three-way lights.
Good job. Warren's up next. He's up to 90. Your card, Michael. Mike, you are on deck. Out. You are in the hole. Right, the bar is loaded for Warren.
So Warren is benching 90 kilos.
Press.
Very quick to his chest. Quick mark.
Mike is next. He's got 90.
Notice a lot more of the men in this flight too aren't actually asking for hand off. And I feel like you get a slightly quicker start command if you don't get a hand off because you're not waiting for the hander offer to get out of the way. So the head ref can see your elbows locked in everything faster. So Michael Cohen, 92.5 kilos. That was a very gentle controlled.
Good luck. It's to the point where they can't see it, but he's showing.
Under 2.5 kilos or two breaks.
Might sneak off.
Yeah, maybe. After this lifter, I don't think we're gonna have time.
The bar is loaded for cards.
Bar is loaded for art.
All right, and it's loaded. Also wanted to shout out Evan for doing video photography and just being a general nice presence.
It looks like Art missed the commands. And as well as head came off the bench a little bit as well.
Looks
So
like you jumped the commands for the best there. Before y'all do
unfortunate,
it,
but he can come and do that again for a second.
all right, Isaac up next now. Isaac 105 kilos. Tim, you are on deck. And David, you are in the hole. Again, quick reminder to everyone, just 3 commands in the bench press. Bar is loaded.
So Isaac is coming out now to bench 105 kilos. His opener. Doesn't want a hand off.
Press.
A little bit slow off the pass, but it might have just been like a little bit of a miss for pausing that. No,
We've had a bit of
second lifter in a
difficulty.
row
Yeah.
to miss commands here. I think bench as well, because if you're not looking at the referee, if you're not used to training with commands in the gym, I think it's probably one of the easiest ones to skip. And then I feel like when you come out mid deadlifts where there's no start command, there's always that weird pause at the beginning where you're like, there's definitely no start command. Okay, I'm gonna pull it.
Yeah. That's often when they do their song and dance setup as well.
Exactly.
Yeah. Because you need to just stomp around a little bit to make sure that you know where the bar is. And you're like, yep, it's there. I'm going to walk past it. I'm going to come back. I'm
Walk
going to
past it
point
again.
left, right.
Do a
Used to work
shimmy
for
with
Air
your
Canada.
shoes.
Plane lands. Perfect. Deadlift.
Yes. Some support and whistles for Tim. Deserved for the 3 white lights.
Right, David Adshead's coming up, 125 kilo.
We're into 2 red territory.
The bar is loaded for David.
That looks clean to me.
That's a good one for David. Ruben's up next. Ruben.
Hey, I know we've got somebody who's watching right now. She's kind of in the comments. My girlfriend Kelsa. She has now been
Are
texting
you
me.
paying her to go in the
I
comments?
am not paying her, but I don't know if she's actually typing anything, but she's certainly sending me messages about my opinions on tablets and various other things. So I hope she listens to the earlier part of the feed where I complimented her, and everyone can vouch for me on that. Yeah.
Well, no comments from her.
Oh, no actual comments in the feed.
I guess she doesn't like you that much.
She must not. She did say that I'm not being shown, though. I'm not in a frame, so that's disappointing, which makes me feel a bit good.
That's probably good for the audience.
Yeah.
It's a nice opener for Ruben.
And that is 3 white lights. Good lift. We're now moving up to 160 kilos for Jeremy Close, who is a very competitive lifter. He's eyeing up the Best Lifter Award.
He's opening with a good bench, actually, too. 160 for 74 open, I think. Pretty
That's
good
really good,
number.
yeah.
Bar is loaded for
A
Jeremy.
few more people watching the live stream now that Jeremy's coming out to lift. Could be a coincidence.
Could be.
Popular.
Well, it certainly wasn't us that did it. Either that or our reputation is spreading. What do you think, Jen?
Our reputation, for sure.
Must be. Get in the comments. Let us know.
But not if you're Jordan's girlfriend.
Yes.
That's biased.
I'm fine with bias.
He's taking his time with his setup. A lot of people have very ritualistic setups. You know, it becomes like a habit, and then if you don't set up the same way every time, it kind of messes with you a little bit, even if it doesn't really actually help. Also a shout out to Jeremy's safety. They were set to a good height. They approve.
I think one of my favorite setups has to be Chris Sue's deadlift.
I don't remember it.
Christopher Sue?
Well, I know who Chris is, but I don't remember his deadlift setup.
The pointing, the angles, the height. Oh, it's amazing. Every single time. Even if I'm not at the comp, I tune in to catch his setups.
So we're now moving on to second attempts. We have Ryan Olika, 90 kilo.
I think a 5 kilo jump is a pretty sensible bench jump.
Right, bar is loaded for Ryan.
With bench, I feel like you can't go too hard between attempts because bench strength disappears fast, I find.
Abrupt, yeah. Agreed.
I just noticed on the score sheet here, Warren, in 2 lifters' time, is going to be benching a provincial record by the looks of it with a number like 93.
Yeah, he would have to be. He would have to be chipping it, yeah. And given that it's a local, it can't be a national record, but a
Yeah,
national
he
record
can
would
chip
also
it.
be provincial, so.
Yes.
Well, not necessarily, but
It could be
Prob-
a national record, but he can't chip a national record.
No,
if
not
the
at-
provincial
not at
and
this
the
level.
national record are the same.
yeah.
Can I trust you to man the mic solo
Probably
for a
not.
lifter or two?
Probably not, but I think you should anyways.
Have to go spend a penny.
In for a penny, in for a pound.
I hope not. Maybe make it 4 lifters.
Oh my. Here we go for Brent Davis. Nice and smooth. And that is going to be a good lift. We are now moving on to the provincial record attempt, 93 kilo, for Warren Kikuchi. He's a 74 kilo M2 lifter.
You can only put weight increments of about 2.5 kilos. Right, records are different. Right, the bar is loaded for Warren. Put your hands together.
And here we go. Everyone's very quiet, trying to make sure that he stays focused. And there it is. And that is replacing a record from Bob Handley, who's a consummate veteran of the BCPA. So you'll see his name on a lot of records and paperwork. So that's a really good thing. That's replacing a record set in 2014.
Right, the bar is loaded for Will.
William King is now up for 95 kilos. Loaded on the bar, which is a 7.5 kilo jump from his last attempt. Looked it was a really easy second, yeah. There you go. Building himself a nice little total. Very consistent lifter. Now we have Michael coming up. Michael Cowan is going to be attempting 100 kilos, clearing that 100
Bar
barrier.
is loaded for Mike.
Now he's got his hair affixed. You commented on that on his last attempt that he should probably have his hair up, and so clearly he's done that in the meantime.
Yep, and I guess the reason for people tying their hair back for bench, well, it's a rule actually, is so that the head ref can check whether your head lifted.
He
And,
unfortunately did not wait for the press command.
he also realized halfway through that up, I heard him,
Yeah.
and I think that just threw him off. And he
Yeah.
let it go.
I think also at that point when you know you don't have it, just let the
Well, you know you've messed up, right?
Yeah.
It's not worth your energy.
no. Let them assist you in racking it. Save that energy. Get it on your third.
But at least he wasn't the same guy that did it on his opener. So he does have a good opener on the board. So he's still in the game.
Yeah.
But Isaac and Art coming up now, they need hopefully get their second attempt so that they can stay in the competition. If you end up not getting any of your lifts on a specific lift, like bench, deadlift, squat, you technically is what's called bombing out.
Alright, bar is loaded.
Ball's loaded, here he comes.
So did he move up from his last attempt? He did. He took the 2.5 kilo jump.
Do you remember why he didn't get it? Did he jump a command?
I think it was commands. I think these next two were commands.
Yes, you're right, because I think we talked about a couple of lifters in a row missing commands.
You can hear his coach in the background yelling, "Hold it." Nice little conscientious reminder to wait for that. Yep.
Art steps the same way on the bar. Art also missed the last time.
Okay, that's when Art doesn't skip the commands either this time.
Also
Look,
taking a
he
jump,
lifted
5
his
kilo.
head up off
Yeah.
the bench, I noticed, on his first attempt. So
Bar
let's,
is ready for Art.
let's hope he doesn't do that.
Couple things to keep in mind.
But I guess it depends if he realizes he lifted his head or not, because commands would be the obvious one.
Yeah. We'll see how that goes. Let's pay close attention to this one. Arthur Tim, 107.5.
He jumped the stock command.
I think he had it. It was close, but I think he was fine.
Let's see.
Okay.
Well, he's in the game.
Yep.
Good job.
I think that he got the red light on that one for jumping the command because sometimes it is very much frowned upon if it is perceived that you would have guessed that the command is about to come.
Yeah, and I guess
and-
Tyler would know because he's the one speaking, right?
And so even if they say start the split second before, if it looks like you've started your motion and you've started that movement, even if they're giving it at the same time, that is still jumping the command. You're supposed to wait, hear it, and then lift. That is, so it is a very close distinction.
Yeah, I like to play it very safe and like.
I take
Wait for
I
a
take a
very
fresh
good
breath after the start command.
Not a stale breath,
Nope, not typically.
just fresh breathing for you.
Yep. It's very, very hard to jump a start command if you take a new breath after they say it.
Oh, his head might have lifted up a little bit.
I happen to be glancing over. Oh,
Head lifting I've
there you
seen.
go.
Yeah, head lifting. Because I'm not normally sat in this kind of position watching. I'm normally repping from the side, so you don't see your head as different.
You and you're on deck. Jeremy, you're in the hole.
We're chilling.
Yeah, I was wondering where you left to for a second there.
Well, I didn't know if I should stay or if I should go.
Alright, the bar is loaded for David.
What a timely joke.
Oh, I forgot about my oatmeal.
It's probably not going to help. You think the flavor got any better over time? Get in the comments. Let us know. Did Jen's oatmeal get any better now that it's weighted from
Oh, what flavor oatmeal do you like?
We've got David Adshead moving 130 cleanly. A little slow, but we'll see if he's got some more for his third. That is 3 white lights in the bag. So we don't have anyone in risk of bombing out anymore, so that's really good. It's always good to see. I think the least amount of good lifts I've got in anything was I went 4 for 9 in a comp.
Wow.
Yes.
That's impressive.
Thank you.
I think maybe 6 6 to 9. 7 to 9.
Alright, the bar
That's
is loaded for
pretty good. Yep, I had 1 squat, 1 bench, and 2 deadlifts.
Oh no.
Even though I'm terrible at deadlifts.
I can tell.
Yep. Granted, it was an equipped comp, so that is
Then that's a little
that
bit
happens.
more
Yeah.
reasonable, yeah. I think
a-
it's actually rare to go 9 for 9 or 3 for 3 in an equipped meet. Like, it's just expected that
You're gonna
not
miss
get
something.
some
Yeah.
lifts.
Nope, not today on that one for Ruben and
Ruben is another one whose safeties I appreciate. That's a good height.
And Jeremy's up next is 165 kilos. 263 pounds. I'm not sure if he's going to try for his provincial record in 175. Let's see how this goes. Either way, this is 364 pounds, which is pretty crazy. The bar is loaded for a chair.
So Jeremy is benching 165.
Yeah, this is a level of setup that I just don't have in me.
No.
Because he first laid down in 40 seconds. It'll be about 20 seconds from then till his start command, which I just can't do.
It's also a risky move in case you have to replace the bar.
Got it. It works for him.
Yeah.
It was 25 seconds from when he first laid down to his start command. I think I do about 5 seconds.
I guess at this point, right, like you've been lifting for quite a while.
Yeah.
You probably got that set up
Dialed
down.
in, yeah.
You know exactly what works for you.
I kind of just flop down and hope for the best.
I'm excited to watch you lift in September, you know? I'll get to see if all of this is just like bravado for the live stream or whether you really
Get
do
in the
flop
comments.
down in 5 seconds.
Do you really think that I just flop down in 5 seconds and give it a go?
We'll find out. Big reveal in September.
Big reveal. Canadian Nationals.
I'll be there with a timer and a camera.
Yeah. Get in the comments. Is it real?
Okay, third attempt now for Ryan. You can actually see the Inner Strength logo on his top. They're one of the sponsors for this meet.
Yeah, just peeking through.
Alright, that's
I like one of those shirts. I like that shirt.
The Inner Strength ones, yeah.
Yeah.
Practice
Matches the spotter loaders in a way.
right, bar is loaded for Brent.
So this is probably our last 10 minutes of live stream for everyone. Well, commentating at least, because once bench is over, we'll be beginning equipment check for the lifters who are competing this afternoon. So you'll
very
get to watch
savvy,
the
yeah.
choppy lifting
All
without,
on your
without
own,
our
yeah.
voices, yeah.
Unless we can convince somebody over, to meander over, but I don't know if Jen would trust them.
I would trust John on the live stream, but he's busy announcing. He's also supposed to be doing equipment check and weigh-ins.
Yeah.
But he has to stay until deadlift is done.
Alright, good lift for Brent. Okay, so Warren currently has the provincial record at 790.
Okay, so I guess Warren did get a provincial record on his second, and he's back to increase that provincial record to 96.5. Warren was one of the lifters actually I disappeared for a second, so I didn't actually get to watch the second. Hopefully it moved well. Sometimes if a record is your goal for the meet anyway, even if he knew that was going to be an easy second, it's worth just chipping the
Yeah,
record
you
just
just
to
chip
take
it.
it, right?
Yep. And he's moved up 3.5 kilos, so
Yeah.
because
when you beat your own record, you can kind of just
What you want.
pick whatever you want.
He looks focused. He looks ready. I'm going to assume that is his son filming. Family duo.
I believe so, yes. Either that or what a coincidence.
It's a quick handoff, a quick twist chest. This is looking easy.
Easy.
Well,
Definitely got more in the
he
tank.
can beat his own record again.
That record is going to be going up again soon at his next comp. Guaranteed. William King, 100 kilos. I believe this is a reattempt. Oh, nope. The next one. We'll see.
Michael, yeah. I think Michael jumped the command on his second.
Oh,
That
yeah,
was
on
why.
his press command, yes.
Yeah.
So William King, 100 kilo. It is a 5 kilo jump. Just have
That's a really solid third, actually.
That's a really solid.
On the easier side.
He's running a nice, clean, solid comp so far.
He is, yeah. There's what, only 1, 2, 3, 4 out of 11 in this flight who are currently all green across the board.
By far is loaded for Mike.
Okay, let's hope Michael remembers to wait for the press command this time. Waiting for his handoff. Referee's arms go up. And he's off.
Let's see.
Wait for it, wait for it.
Patience.
Nope.
Okay, good. Good patience.
Let's hope he gets
Cleaned it up. Look good. Perfect.
Isaac's up next, about 110 on the bar.
Isaac Carter Hughes is going to be up next. We're going to be moving up to 110 kilo. It's a small 2.5 kilo jump. Just trying to build that total a little bit more.
Bar is loaded for Isaac.
Kept it moving the entire way. Looked pretty clean. 3 white lights. Good lift. Arthur Tim taking a 5 kilo jump from his last attempt, moving up to 112.5 kilos.
The bar is loaded for Art.
Well, we're about 5 lifters left in this flight, and then we're going to be
Taking a nap.
We're gonna have a quick cat nap, power nap.
There'll be another 10-minute break before they get started with deadlifts.
Yep.
So the platform crew will move the rack out of the way.
That is a good lift. So
So we have Tim Chen coming up next. He's going to be going for 120 kilos, which is a reattempt on the last one. Just really trying to get that lift in.
Bar is loaded for Tim.
Here's Tim Chen, and let's see how it moves this time. Nice and quick. Got to hold it right there at the top. Waits for the command, and it is looking good.
And that is a good lift.
120. Good job, Tim.
3 lifters left in this
David,
fight.
you're under the 2.5. Ruben, you are on deck. Jeremy, Cole. Bar is loaded for David.
Moved a bit to the face initially. He kept it going, and it looks like he managed to get the groove back. Yep, it's a good lift, good recovery on that one.
Ruben now attempting 142.5 or 350.
Next up, we have Ruben Henry, or Henry, 142.5.
So yes, he's reattempting. Was it a strength thing on his second?
Bar is loaded for
I don't
Ruben.
remember.
I can't remember.
I think it might have been strength. Because I think I remember him hitting the safeties because I would have commented
Yeah.
on the safeties.
You did. I think you complimented it.
Yeah.
Just not today there.
Well, again, too, I hypothesized earlier, right, that he was making weight for this competition, so there's a good chance that, like,
2.5 kilos.
it's just getting to him, right? If you haven't had your fully epitheli eaten enough after a week of cutting weight, like, could see that impact on the back.
You know, I've never had an issue cutting for weight.
Oh, really? Huh. Maybe you should cut down to 180 kilos so we can weigh you in.
Well, that sounds rude. Maybe I am 180 kilos right now.
Are you? I can't remember, actually.
No, I'm like 182.
So you're so
I'm just
close.
teasing at
You
it.
could do a mini cut.
I could do a mini cut. I could make it, but I'd rather just make your guys' day a little bit worse.
Bar is loaded for Jeremy.
So once again, our last lifter of the session is going to be Jeremy Klaus. He is attempting 167.5.
So I guess just a small jump up from his second. I think his second was on the slower side from what I remember. But I guess I think his deadlifts have been going well in training, so maybe he plans to
Save up.
wow us.
Yeah.
Saving up for the deadlift.
I think that also, even with just his opener on the deadlift, if he gets this one, that would be above 100 GL score, which is a very impressive score.
It is. I'm not sure who's in this afternoon, if anyone's likely to challenge that. Alright, so maybe get set up. Great night, nice.
Beauty.
Nice work. Okay, so we'll take another 10-minute break and then we'll come back for deadlift. deadlifts. I'll be
We'll say hi and then we'll skedaddle.
exactly.